Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Thursday, February 26th, 2026. Today, I am using a new streaming software called OBS. It's a software that many streamers use, probably most, it seems, at least in the sampling I've done. It has a lot of features that I didn't have before when I was just using Zoom and YouTube. So I'm trying it out now for the first time. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, there won't be a lot of technical difficulties, but that's possible. If there aren't, we can do some philosophy chat as usual, and that would be great. But a big part of what I want to do today, at least at the beginning, excuse me, at least at the beginning, is to just test out my new software and see if it's working. And right now, I'm going to see if the audio is coming through on my phone. Yeah, it looks like it is. I just checked on my phone. So, one difference between the new software and my previous software is I don't have a podcast mic set up today. So, I don't know if I sound any different than I used to. I don't know if it sounds better, worse, the same, or so that's one thing I would be interested to get feedback on. I don't know if the let you. So is just anything you notice, technical wise, if this seems at all different, better, worse, the same, I'd be interested in any feedback you have. And then over time, I can optimize my setup to make it better and better. I see there are three people now, so welcome to the show. This is an interactive show on which I invite you to participate. You can do that in the YouTube chat or by calling in. I have a link to Zoom pinned in the chat, as well as a phone number you can dial. And I'm also trying something new in that I am simultaneously streaming on TikTok. And I just checked there now and I see, looks like one person has come by that stream. I want to hear the volume there. So it looks like you can't scroll backwards on TikTok in the way you can on YouTube. YouTube has a DVR feature so that you can scroll back, but TikTok, you just have to listen to whatever is live at that moment. But I was interested in trying out TikTok as well and hopefully reaching a wider audience that way. Oh, I see I got a new like on the stream. It's up to 2 likes now. Thanks for that. Always looking to grow the channel. And oh, there's another like, 3, just went up to 3. Excellent. Thank you, whoever that was. Looking to grow the channel and getting more likes definitely helps with that, as well as new subscribers, of course, shares. So thank you for all of that. Participation, engagement in the chat. Oh, Florida Nick is here. Hi, Florida Nick. He's our first chatter of the day. Florida Nick is a regular watcher of the show, which you might not know if you're new here or if you're on TikTok. Um, yes, well, I just started. Florida Nick asked, "Did this just start?" Actually, let me try another uh, scene here. All right, I just shifted to my new. See how smooth that was? I don't know if it looked any different than in the past, but I just put up the chat window, and OBS, which is the new software I'm using, has a very smooth way to switch between uh, what they call scenes. And I just did that. I switched to a new scene where you not only see me, but now you also see the chat window. And I'm following along on my phone just to make sure everything is showing up as I intend. The show started at 3:30, or maybe a few minutes after that. And that's later than usual, but I wasn't ready to start before then, partly because I'm using new software. And actually, this OBS crashed right before I was going to start streaming. And that was the first time that happened to me. I was testing OBS for hours yesterday, and there were various glitches I ran into, but it never crashed. The entire software never crashed. But that happened to me just today, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash. But in any case, to answer your question, I started at about 3:30. And that reminds me, I want to announce it on Facebook and X as well. I usually do that, but I usually do that in advance, maybe an hour in advance. But I thought maybe it'd be good just to try it on one platform, just on YouTube, and it's also on TikTok, and just make sure that that works okay. And then after I see that it works and it hasn't crashed for a few minutes at least, then maybe it's safer to go ahead and put out an announcement, because I don't want to announce it to a bunch of people and then they come by and then there's no stream to go to because it's crashed or something. But it's been going now for about 10 minutes and it looks like things are working. So I'm going to go ahead and put out my announcements on Facebook and X. So if you follow me on those platforms, maybe you'll see it there. All right, so now I need to navigate to a different window. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Okay. And I'm going to share the link. By the way, I'm now up to 1.02K subscribers. All right, here we go.
Oh,
I'm going to
AGOSTI is
share
here.
the link. Hi, Ghosty. He says, difference in streaming is noticeable. Crashes have probably to do with computer power and internet connection. Okay. Yeah. So what do you mean that you notice a difference right now in the way my stream is going compared to previous streams, or do you just mean from your own um, experience elsewhere, streaming on OBS seems different? If you notice any differences between my streaming right now and previous streams, I'd be interested to hear about that. Um, yeah, hopefully my computer doesn't crash. Um, so we'll see how it goes. But anyway, welcome. Nice to see you here. Okay, here's where I need to go to share. On Facebook. Ghosty's in the Netherlands. I've got a transatlantic audience. Okay, so I'm just going to say here, live streaming today, Thursday, February 26th, 2026 at 3:30 p.m. Pacific. So I guess that'll tell people approximately what time I started. All right, I just shared it on Facebook. And now I'm going to share it on X. Those are the two places I typically share. You see, Nick says the sound seems a little off. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Um, I'm going to get back to that comment in a second after I share this on X. All right, I just shared it on X. Okay, so in what way does it seem off? Now, I did mention at the start or close to the start, I don't know if you were here for it, but I mentioned that I'm not using my podcast mic. I'm just using my AirPod. So I don't know if that sounds better or worse or just different, but not better or worse. But well, you said it sounded a little off. So I guess that means it doesn't sound as good as it used to. Hopefully there's not an echo. Yesterday when I was testing out various setups, I was getting an echo, but eventually I got rid of that echo. So, um, but that's one type of problem um, you could have. So if you could be a little more specific about the way in which the sound seems a little off, that would be helpful. And then maybe I can troubleshoot that. Well, I guess I should be able to hear it on my end too. I'll turn up the volume on my phone, and I guess you'll hear that once I do that, and then I can also listen. But I'm going to be hearing it through my phone speaker, not like through my AirPod. So I don't know if the quality is going to be as good as the way you hear it. I don't know if you're listening through your speaker or AirPods or what, but I'm going to turn it up for a little bit here. Through my AirPod, so I don't know if the quality is the way you hear it. I don't know if you're listening through your speaker or but I'm going to turn it up for a little bit here. I guess you can't hear that because in before the way I did it when I was using a podcast mic, you would be able to hear it. But now, since I'm using the mic in my AirPod, I think you couldn't hear it when I held my phone up. I thought maybe you would hear the audio, but then it occurred to me, oh, I'm not using my podcast mic anymore, so you can't hear anything. But um, I will also listen to this later on my AirPods, and maybe that'll give me a better sense of the way you all out there are hearing it. Leighton Prion is here. Hello. Mm. All right, let me take a look at TikTok. I haven't checked that in a while, but I am simultaneously streaming on TikTok. I see somebody else has joined there. Maybe you can at least see my TikTok here on my phone. It's since I'm using this virtual background, the image is a little spotty. I'm not sure the best. I think that's a little smoother image. But if you go to TikTok, I don't know if you all are on TikTok, but I'm at on TikTok. My handle is Dan Norton 11. I think that's correct. Yeah, Dan Norton, all one word, 11. And I'm looking to grow my audience on that platform also. So if you're on TikTok, feel free to say hello. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat. If you want to engage with me, you you could either do it through TikTok chat or through YouTube chat, or you could call in on Zoom. I have a link pinned in the Zoom in the YouTube chat. Let me just put in a message on the TikTok chats. I put in a test message before, but I don't see that. Maybe it disappeared. Okay. If any of you are on TikTok, eh, I'd be interested to see you over there as well. Just as a test, you could just say hi in the chat or something on TikTok. Okay, I need to change the. Oh, maybe I'm not missing any chats. All right, I don't know what that means. Leighton Prion, he he's typing some looks like slang words maybe. All right. Um, all right. Well, it looks like OBS is working. So now we can turn to the philosophy. So I said in the actually let me try one other thing first. Did you hear some applause? Something strange happened after I started my live stream. When I press Command 1, I hear applause instead of what I thought it was going to do. If I'm in Google Chrome, it would take me to the um, first tab. And if I hit Command 2, it'll take me to the second tab. Command 3, it takes me to the third tab, etc. But now, when I hit Command 1, it creates some applause. At least that's what I hear in my AirPod. I don't know if you all out there heard that. I would be interested to know. And if I hit like Command 2, it's not, it's some other sound. Okay, it's more applause, but it's less vigorous. Command 3, people laughing. Did you hear that? I don't know if only I am hearing that, or if that also comes through. Um, oh, I think it's not coming through for you because the way I have it. Okay, he says you don't hear the applause, but it might be a soundboard. Yeah, it sounds like a soundboard, and yeah, some reason the soundboard got activated after I started live streaming on OBS today. So um, I don't know if there's some weird kind of software interaction that when you're running OBS at the same time as other software, it changes the way the keys function on my keyboard. Um, anyways, if I navigate to a different part of OBS, you might be able to hear it. So I'm going to test that out right now. I see a lot of like surprise faces, emojis going up in the chat there. I wonder what that's a reaction to. Um, but let me go to let me switch to a different scene in OBS and see if you can start to hear the soundboard noises. All right, I think this is the one I want. Okay, so from this scene, you might be able to hear it. So let me try it. Okay, I just did the applause and the laughter. Did you hear that? I'll try it again. All right. So yeah, let me know if you heard that. So I don't know. See, the way I have it set it up in OBS is that you can hear audio from Chrome, which is what I have there right now. But I don't know if the soundboard is considered like part of the Chrome or if it's some deeper part of the operating system. Um, so let me come back to the chat, see what you all have to say. All right, there's some other chats here. Let's see, where do I want to read the chat? I think I'm going to go to this window. Okay, Agosti says he does not hear the soundboard. Okay. Um, well, that's good to know. I don't know if I didn't really want the soundboard. I just stumbled upon it. It would be kind of fun, I guess. Maybe I could use it sometimes, but um, it's like overtaken my normal command one, command two, command three, etc. functionality on Chrome. Yeah, so oh now it's not doing anything. See, I'm in a Chrome window, which you can't see. And when I hit Command 1, it does not take me to the first tab, and it doesn't do the applause thing. So I wonder if it's been turned off now. Hmm. Now Command 1 isn't doing anything. Oh, now, okay. I just heard the applause again. There was just a delay. All right. So oh, now I'm getting an echo. I think that's what's happening. It's like there's a feedback loop, so I have to find out where this sound is coming from because it's going to be really distracting if I'm hearing this applause constantly. All right, I'm still hearing it. Where is that coming from? All right, I don't hear it now. Maybe it stopped, but I didn't do anything to make it stop, so I'm not sure why I was hearing some looping of that for a while, but I'm glad it stopped. Um, okay, well, now that I don't have the distraction of the soundboard noises going on in my ear, I can come back to the chat and read some of these new chats. Chat, Islamophobia is justified. Self-preservation. Do you guys agree? Says Prion. I think I can highlight that, and the highlighting should show up. I'm testing that now. Okay, yeah, I see it. It just highlighted that comment that I read. Okay, good to know that I can do that. Yeah, I typed up some Gen Z brain rot slang because I mentioned TikTok. All right, so that's what this stuff was. Okay. You got to add the Vine boom and the Fa soundboard clips, bro. I have some dope clips for your soundboard, not gonna lie. All right, so what do you all want to talk about today? We can shift over to philosophy. There might be some more technical things I need to troubleshoot throughout the show because I'm using a lot of new software today. But it basically looks like it's working. So now we can go to the second part of the title. Where's my, here, let me navigate back to my, this is what I wanted. So now we can go, you probably heard a little audio there from my Chrome window. Okay, so you can see in the title, I said I'm testing my new OBS streaming software and hopefully some philosophy chat too. So we can now move on to the second part. Now that I've done a bunch of testing and it seems to be working okay, we can start doing some philosophy. And you see it still says unlisted. That's because when I initially started this page, it wasn't public because I wanted to make sure the stream was going to work correctly before I made it public. But if I refresh this page, it's no longer going to say unlisted. So let me do that now. Okay, and you see it doesn't say unlisted here anymore. And this chat is, I gotta switch this to live chat. Oh, I just remembered. I have a super chat. So because I just saw this goal here and I'm now taking super chats. So I should start a super chat goal. So if you all want to help my work, help support my work of promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy, you can make a contribution through super chats. Just click on this dollar sign down here, and you can do a sticker or a chat. Now, let's see. Do I have to pop out the chat window again since I refreshed this page? I want to check that. See, the way this chat shows up, it cuts off the edge of it. And that's one reason I like to pop out the chat. Oh, I still see the popped out chat from before I refreshed it. So let me let me try something. I want to see what happens when I pop out the chat again. Okay, now do I have two popped out windows or just one? Okay, looks like I have two. So I'm going to close this one. Where's the close option? Oh, I guess I have to hit Command W. Okay. And that's going to loop. Oh, hold on. Actually, I can close this entire window. Okay. I need to share a different window. There we go. All right, so I'm going to start a super chat goal, and then maybe you can start getting more of what you came here for, philosophical discussion. That's what I primarily do, but I did have some technical things I needed to test and discuss at the beginning. But I'm going to start a super chat goal now. I'll I'll set the goal to 5 super chats of any amount. From you could do it from 99 cents up through $99 and beyond. And I'm going to set this to 3 hours. That's the maximum. Same way, same way I've done it in previous streams. Okay, I just started the goal. So if you want to help me get to the goal, you can do a super chat or a super sticker, and I would definitely appreciate that. If you want this counter here to go up, so it says 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, etc., it has to be a super chat, not a super sticker. And either way is fine. I'll count them even if YouTube doesn't count them. But if you want to see this number go up, it needs to be a super chat. And even if you don't have anything to say, you can just leave it blank, do an empty super chat, or put in some random characters or spaces. And that way YouTube will count it towards this super chat goal. Stephen is here. Hello. Stephen Katz. Welcome back. All right, so we can now turn to some philosophical topics. There was only one that was mentioned so far, this one by Leighton Creon, or political topics, ethical topics, where he said Islamophobia is justified self-preservation. Do you guys agree? Let me take a quick look at TikTok before I forget, see if anything's going on there. Okay, don't see anything. Oh, it looks frozen on TikTok, actually. Maybe if I go out of the page and then navigate back to it, it'll unfreeze. Okay, it's unfrozen now. I always bring the here. I don't know what you mean by that, Leighton Preon. And now you're cooking. Steven says, I'm upset that YouTube takes such a large percentage of your super chats. So I paid you $50 by Patreon. Oh, wow. Thank you. Um, you've already done that? How about I just tell you how much I want to allocate to each question? Okay, yeah, that's fine. YouTube takes 30% of super chats or super stickers. So if you want to make a contribution for and have less percentage taken out, you can do either Patreon or PayPal. And I don't know exactly how much percentage they take out, but it's less than YouTube. I think um, Patreon. Actually, I can look it up right now. Let me try that. Um, what percentage does Patreon take from contributions. I thought it was around 20%. Let's see what's. Oh, it says it typically takes a 10% platform fee. Okay, 10%. Okay, well, that's a lot less than 3 times less than what YouTube takes. So yeah, you can do that and just tell me how you want to allocate that to various questions. Let's see what PayPal does. I think PayPal might be even less. Uh-oh, I hit the soundboard by accident. Am I going to hear the applause? I don't hear anything yet. See, I'm used to when I'm in Chrome, I'm used to using command and then some number to navigate between. Okay, I just heard the applause. Yeah, I'm used to using command whatever number to navigate between tabs, so I have to train myself not to do that, at least for now. Um, PayPal. Okay, so it says PayPal takes typically charges between 1.99% and 2.89% plus a fixed fee, 49 cents in the United States for donations and contributions. So let me put this in the chat. Maybe I should put this in the description also later, but for now I'm just going to paste this in the chat. This is from the AI overview. Okay. And I will also put in what it says about the Patreon. Oh, plus, oh, maybe that the reason I thought it was closer to 20 is because there are also processing fees. So it says total fees usually consume 12 to 15% of a creator's gross income, with higher fees up to 12%. Okay, let me copy this. This is going to be, oh, it's too long to fit into one text. I have to break it up. Um, Google's AI says Patreon typically takes 10% platform fee from creator earnings on their standard plan, plus payment processing fees, roughly 2.9%, plus 30%. I'll just do dot, 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 and then I'll paste the rest. All right, so there's the information for Patreon. And now let me put in the info for YouTube. Steve says, "Oh, did I pick the wrong thing? I said payment for goods and services on PayPal." I don't know. I mean, I guess you could consider answering questions a service. So I don't know what the other options are. Let's see. Now I could just write YouTube takes 30%, but maybe there's some more detailed information if I search for that, like I did with the others, and it might be good to have that. So let me do that. Let's see. Okay, so it looks a little bit less complicated, but I'll just paste this anyway. I guess if I look at beyond the first overview paragraph, it gets a little bit more complicated, but I don't think it's worth including all that right now. So I'm just going to paste the main paragraph, which I will again need to break up. All right. So there's all the information for PayPal, Patreon, and YouTube in terms of what percentage those platforms take. AGOSTI says, what are your thoughts on the ethics of downloading torrenting movies? Is it theft or is there a case for it to be moral? All right. Thanks for your question. I want to get to that. But first, I just want to check my Patreon to see if Steven's contribution showed up on my end. So give me a moment to do that. What's the best way to do this? I'll do it this way. Oh, there it is. Awesome. Thank you, Steven. Oh, maybe you only did PayPal, not the Patreon, because I don't see Patreon showing up here. I just see something from PayPal. $50. So thank you. Definitely appreciate that. And that's the best one in terms of the percentage that I get. So thank you, Stephen. And is that what is that for? Oh, you said you might have different questions and you would allocate the amount to different parts of that $50. Okay. Nice. So, well, maybe I should say we already hit the goal then, because I guess depending on how Steven wants to break that up, if he says that's like five, $10 super chats, well, then that's already five right there. So that would be a very easy way to hit the goal. Um, so we'll see what Steven wants to do. I guess he could even divide it between separate shows if he wants. There's many ways to do this. Thank you, Steven. Excellent. All right. Um, I'm curious to see what my Patreon says, though. I think it's. Let me just take a look at that. Actually, there's another way. If I can check my Patreon. Okay, looks good. PayPal, not Patreon. I made a mistake in saying Patreon, says Stephen. You're welcome, he says. All right, very good. So he says, for 5 out of $50, 45 left, do you think benevolence is a virtue or just a sub-virtue of justice? If it is a virtue, would you consider it important? Okay, so I'm going to start with that one. Since Stephen sent in some money, I give priority to super chats because I'm trying to make this a financially self-sustaining venture so I can grow it more. And so if you want me to give more priority, more time, and more attention to your chat, make it a super chat, or you can do a PayPal or Patreon contribution, and then I will go right to yours and give it more priority. So I'm going to start with Stevens. So he's asking about benevolence. Do I think benevolence is a virtue or just a sub-virtue of justice? Okay, let me. Would I even call it a virtue? So a virtue is the means of attaining a value. At least that's one way of understanding it. That's how Ayn Rand describes it in one place. And there might be a sense of there could be multiple senses of terms. I'm just going to do a quick Google to see that, like a Google definition of benevolence. I'm curious to see how it's defined there. Benevolence is the disposition to do good, characterized by kindness, charity, and a genuine desire to help others without expecting compensation. It represents an act of goodwill, often demonstrated through acts of kindness, altruism, or charitable giving. Maybe I should share this tab for a moment, just to put that on the screen. Minimize. Okay. I'll share that. Okay, this is what I just read. And we can also look up Ayn Rand's definition, but maybe I should just talk a little before I do that in the lexicon, the Ayn Rand lexicon. So I was thinking of the word pride. So that word has different senses. Ayn Rand identifies pride as one of the virtues, one of the main virtues of the objectivist ethics. But there's a sense of pride as a virtue, and then there's the sense of pride as an emotional state. Like you might say, I feel proud of myself for doing something, for doing a good job at work, for getting a good grade as a student. And that's that's a different sense than the sense of pride as an activity. Ayn Rand describes it as moral ambitiousness. And she further characterizes that as striving to be the best kind of person you can be, not resigning yourself to any flaws in your character, um, trying to attain moral perfection. So there's a sense of pride in which it's an activity, it's something you do, but there's also a sense of pride where it's an emotional state you have, or an attitude that you have towards yourself, like if you're proud of something. Now with benevolence, I was wondering if that also has these two different senses. Like maybe there's a sense of benevolence as an activity, as something you do, but then there could also be a sense of benevolence as just a kind of emotion that you feel. Like if you have a positive attitude towards yourself in the world, like as opposed to a malevolence attitude where you think achievement is impossible and that you are doomed to failure and frustration. If you instead have the attitude that achievement is possible and success and happiness are possible, that would be a benevolent attitude. But if we're going to talk about benevolence as a virtue, then I think it would be somewhat different than just having that attitude. Ayn Rand uses the phrase benevolent premise, which maybe is related to the attitude sense of benevolence. But what would it be to practice benevolence as a virtue? Maybe it would mean to show goodwill to people, treat them as innocent until proven guilty. So if you encounter a stranger, maybe you're just walking around your neighborhood, trying to, you're going for a walk, and maybe you see a neighbor and you wave to them or smile at them when they pass you, or say good morning or whatever. So that might be a way of practicing benevolence as a virtue, as an activity, as something you do. And there can be many other examples of what benevolence as an activity would be. The way you interact with your friends, with your family, with your colleagues at work, um, treating them with respect as opposed to making fun of them, for example, might be a way of acting in a benevolent sort of way. So now, if we take for granted, if we assume that benevolence is something you can practice, there's a action-oriented sense of benevolence, not just an attitudinal sense, then would it be right to say it's a virtue on, on its own right, on the same level as the others that Ayn Rand identifies, like justice and pride and integrity and honesty and productiveness? Or is it just a an aspect of justice? That's the way Stephen puts it, or he puts it as a sub virtue. You might also think of it as an aspect of justice. I haven't thought about this before, but I guess the idea of justice is treating people as they deserve, rationally evaluating people, and whether as good or as bad, or their particular actions as good or as bad. Leonard Peikoff, in his book Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, OPAR, he his one-line characterization of justice is rationality in the evaluation of men. That's the section title in which he talks about justice. Justice as rationality in the evaluation of men. So if someone does something that benefits you or your life, then you would rationally evaluate them positively. And if they do something that um, detracts from your life, undermines your life, then it would be rational to evaluate them negatively. Um, so how does benevolence fit into that? Well, I guess uh, the phrase of treating people as innocent until proven guilty, I guess that you could consider that to be an aspect of evaluating people rationally, because you're recognizing their potential to aid your life. Um, if you just now, I don't think it would. You might think, okay, well, I shouldn't. If it's a stranger, then it makes more sense to be neutral, not positive, not negative, right? If you don't know anything about something, why not just be neutral as opposed to benevolent? Um, but um, I guess, I mean, could you ask the same question about innocent until proven guilty? Is that a way of being biased, like biased towards one side? Should you rather be neutral and just say, well, they're not innocent until proven guilty? Um, so rather than saying someone is innocent until proven guilty, you could say, well, I don't know if they're innocent, and I also don't know if they're guilty. I'm just not going to take a view one way or the other. I'm going to be neutral. I'm not going to say they're innocent until proven guilty. And maybe that's analogous to treating strangers in a neutral sort of way, neither being benevolent nor malevolent. Um, but I don't, and I'm not saying that's good. I don't know if is that even possible? Can you have just no affective feeling towards someone at all? Um, and we could ask this even about your own emotional states, just setting aside your relation to other people. Like at any time of the day, uh, do you always experience some kind of emotional inflection in your feeling about the world, either positive or negative? Like right now, or can you ever really just be neutral and not be experiencing anything positive or negative? I'm not sure that you can. I mean, certainly the intensity of positive or negative emotions can vary throughout the day, but I don't know that it could ever be entirely absent. So I don't know that it's possible to have an attitude that is neither benevolent nor malevolent, at least in some degree. Um, hold on, I just want to check something on my phone here. Um, okay, I just want to make sure I'm not missing any chats here. And I see a new one just came in from Subthermosphere, who says Kantian or utilitarian. Okay, well maybe I'll get to that in a bit, but let me say a little more on the question Stephen asked, because he did a super chat. So there are different aspects of this question. First, I just was considering what is benevolence, and I looked up a definition on Google, and I mentioned Ayn Rand's characterization, of pride actually. I gave her a characterization of pride as an analogous case to benevolence, saying that just as there are different senses of pride, there might also be different senses of benevolence. And if we're talking about benevolence as a virtue, this is how we might understand it. I gave some examples, like how you might act towards a stranger. And then I was relating that to justice, because Stephen is asking whether benevolence is its own virtue on the level of justice or a sub virtue of justice. So I was trying to think of the way in which, so I guess if you think of benevolence as a type of evaluation, then you could consider it a sub virtue of justice. So if justice is rationality in the evaluation of people, then for justice to be a sub virtue, would that mean it has to be a type of rationality in the evaluation of men? If so, what type? I don't know. I haven't thought of like how would you break down justice if you were to subdivide it into types? Um, like there's criminal justice, there's civil justice if we're talking about the legal system. So you might subdivide it in that sort of way. Um, I don't know what other ways you might want to subdivide justice. Um, but it's at least not immediately clear to me that there's some subcategory of justice that benevolence would fit in. Although you might say, well, um, just having a generally positive attitude or an attitude of goodwill towards people is an act of justice. People deserve that, just as you might think in the criminal justice system, people deserve to be treated as innocent until proven guilty. So I guess you could consider benevolence to be reflecting a type of judgments, judging people as well, not only as innocent, but as maybe it contains a little more than just that. Like it contains a recognition of their potential to be values for you in your own life, which is why you might want to have a positive attitude towards strangers. Whereas when you just say someone is innocent until proven guilty, you're not really saying anything about their potential value to your life. Um, Certainly not explicitly. Maybe that's somehow implied, but I think with benevolence, it might be a little more explicit, maybe a little less implicit. The idea that people have potential value to you, and maybe it's in recognition of that potential that it's it's rational. It makes sense to have a benevolence to be benevolent towards people. So as I'm thinking through this out loud, I'm starting to get a little more clarity on how you can see benevolence as a subset of justice, as a kind of activity, a kind of rationality when it comes to interacting and evaluating other people. Um, so I can see it as a subset, but you're asking, would it be on the same level as justice? I take it that's what you mean when you're asking, should it be a sub virtue or just a virtue? Um, well, I guess since I just explained the way in which it can be seen as a type of justice, that maybe that answers the question. It would be a sub virtue, um, or you might also put it as an aspect of justice rather than just a virtue on the same level as justice. So I'm going to go with that. That's at least my conclusion right now from this spontaneous thought process I did here. Right now, it seems right to me to think of justice as an aspect or a component or a sub virtue of justice. And then you also ask, if it is a virtue, would you consider it important? Well, it would be based on what I just said. I would say it's not a virtue; it's a sub virtue, if we're going to use that distinction. And I think it is important, but I guess important in the way that sub virtues are, not as important as the main virtues, um, but important on the level of whatever important sub virtues have. Um, so I don't know. Well, you might also think of this in connection with rationality, in connection to its sub virtues. So Ayn Rand says that. rationality is the fundamental virtue, and all the other virtues she identifies are just aspects, which you might call it sub-virtues of rationality. So I have on my background, maybe I should show that for a minute, make it a little bigger. So these are the virtues that Ayn Rand identifies. Um, so rationality. Oh, my screen is no longer mirrored, so it's reversed the image the way it used to be to get it to show up right. So I'm not used to like where I point with which arm. Um, okay, I have to get coordinated here. So rationality, which I have here reflected in the term reason, that's the fundamental virtue. Now, the other virtues are aspects of rationality: independence, integrity, honesty, justice, um, productiveness, and pride. So you might also ask this question in like you could also ask, is integrity as important as rationality? Is honesty as important as rationality? Is justice as important as rationality? I mean, that's the virtues, they form an indivisible whole, and um, they're a unity, the unity of the virtues. This is actually an idea that goes back to Socrates, but I think Ayn Rand agrees with it, that virtue forms a whole. There's one way of right living, but we can conceptually break it down into different aspects. So, in I guess you might say rationality is more important than honesty, in the way that any fundamental is more important than some derivative of it or aspect of it. Um, but I don't know. I'm wondering now, is that some kind of false dichotomy? Like you can't have rationality apart from the derivative virtues. So integrity, honesty, productiveness, etc., they're all important. Um, but are they more important than rationality? I'm not sure that's a well-formed question, or that what would give rise to that question. Um, like, what's something else that has aspects? Like, take an apple. There's an entity, the apple, and you could break that down concept in your mind into the redness of the apple, the sweetness of the apple, the smoothness of the apple. And then you could ask, like, what's more important, the apple or the redness of the apple? The apple or the sweetness of the apple? You might think, well, there's some kind of mistake giving rise to this question. What would give rise to that? So I'm not sure I would want to take a view right now on whether, um, how did you put it? Would I consider important benevolence important? Um, m- I mean, maybe I would just say it's important in the way any aspect of a good thing is important. Like what's more important, my life as a whole, or what I'm doing right now, doing this live stream in order to promote Ayn Rand's ideas? Well, you might say, well, life is the most important because it's my existence considered from a holistic kind of perspective. But in another way of looking at it, the most important thing is what you're doing right now. That's all you ever have. You only exist in the moments. So doing this live stream right now on YouTube, that's the most important thing, not my life as a whole, which, many years of it are no longer exist. They're behind me. And the future doesn't exist right now. That exists in the future. But all I have is the present. So right now is the most important thing. So I don't know that you can really, like, from different perspectives, you could say the whole is the most important, or some aspect of it is the most important. So I'm not sure how I would answer that question as to whether Well, you just asked, is it important? Not is it more important than um, justice? But yeah, I would say benevolence is important. But if you then ask me to rank its importance, I'm not sure how I would say that. I might say justice is more important in some sense, in that it's more fundamental, and rationality is even more important than that, since it's even more fundamental. Um, but there might be a specific context in which benevolence stands out as particularly important. Um, that's the thing that's missing, maybe. But then if someone is being insufficiently benevolent in a given context, you might say, okay, well, that's really what the person needs to focus on. That's the most important thing they need to think about, as opposed to being honest, right? They've already got that down. That's not what's lacking in this case. What's missing is benevolence. So, in a given context, you might say benevolence is more important than some other virtue, um, or maybe they recognize justice, but they don't understand how benevolence is an aspect of that. And maybe in that context, you might say benevolence is more important than justice. So anyway, those are some thoughts on Stephen's question. So I'll stop there and see what else I have here in the chat. Thank you, Stephen, for that question. He says 5, 50, 40. Thanks for a thorough answer. Okay. Not sure what that means. 5, 50, 40. Are those percentages or dollar amounts, or what does that mean? Okay, let me read some of the other chats. Someone asked about utilitarianism and Kantianism. Um, Neither. That was subthermosphere, um, who is a new person in the chat. Oh, you say 5, 50, 40 means I'm allocating 5 now out of 50 total, 40 left. Well, it'd be 45 left, right? If you use 5 out of 50, you got $45 left. Do you mean 45? Okay. Just taking a look at Thermosphere's channel here. I usually like to take a quick look at people's YouTube channels if they're new. Okay, so are you still here? I usually like to give priority to people who are still here live in the chat, so I'm more inclined to engage with your chat subthermosphere if you let me know you're still here. I can say some more about Kantianism and utilitarianism and objectivism, which rejects both. Objectivism upholds egoism, the idea that you should live for your own sake, as opposed to utilitarianism, which says the good is to live for the greatest happiness of the greatest number. And you are just one among many other people who matter, and you shouldn't privilege yourself at all. You should treat yourself as the same as any other being who has values. But objectivism and egoism rejects that. It says, no, you should be the highest value in your own life. And I should be the highest value in my life, and any given person. A dog should be the highest value in the dog's life. A fish should be the highest value in the fish's life. So this is true of all organisms. They are their own highest values. Now, against Kantianism, which says that you have duties to act in a certain way, regardless of how they or whether they benefit yourself, objectivism totally rejects that. Egoism rejects that. Ethical egoism. The only reason to act, the only rational reason to act is because it somehow advances your own life, your own happiness, your own well-being. You don't have any duty to just act if it doesn't somehow further your own life. Okay, you say you're still here. The stream is delayed. All right. So there's a little on Kantianism, and utilitarianism. And if you want to follow up on that, we can. Yeah, there's about a 15 or 20-second delay, I think, between when I say something and when you hear it on the YouTube stream. I don't know if that's the delay you're talking about. Actually, I can test the delay here. Um, start my timer here. And when I say go, I'm going to hit begin. Okay, go. Yeah, there's been a 15 or 20-second delay, I think, between when you hear it on the YouTube stream. I don't know if that's the delay you're talking about. Yeah, the delay here. Start my timer here. Okay, longer delay than I thought. All right, 36 seconds was the delay. That's the longest it's ever been. So maybe that has something to do with my new software setup. It used to be like 20 seconds or under. All right, let me check out TikTok. I haven't been to TikTok in a while, see if there's anything there. Oh, someone is on TikTok, I see. Moxie, hello. Um, thanks for saying something in the TikTok chat. You're the first person ever, maybe, who has been in my TikTok chat. So, oh, and there's some. I see they've got some hearts. You can, if you double tap the stream on TikTok, a little heart will go up. Maybe I can do that here. I don't know if you can see that. Anyways, hello to you on TikTok. I don't know when he left this comment because there's no timestamp on it. And I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's the same person as someone on YouTube or if that's a different person because you can have different account names on different platforms. All right. Um, oh, I would also like to test out the call-in feature. So, oh, Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Let me go back to my chat here. He says, just tuning in since the title mentions OBS. I'm curious if you stream directly to YouTube or do you use a service such as StreamYard or Restream? I stream directly to YouTube. At least that's the way I have it set up now. Why didn't I see that message before? Oh, it's set to top messages on my phone. I need to switch it to live chat, not top chat. Oh, it is live chat on my. Huh, I don't know why I didn't see Robert's message before, but let me change that, fix it on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I just stream from OBS to YouTube, and I don't know if I'm always going to set it up that way, but that's at least what I've figured out for now. I was testing this for hours yesterday, and I wanted to get at least one configuration that worked, and I found at least one. But I haven't tested all the features. That's what I was just saying a minute ago. I would like to test the call-in feature. So I used to stream from Zoom to YouTube. Now I stream from OBS to YouTube, but I still want to be able to take calls. So in order to do that, I have a Zoom meeting running right now, and you can access it by clicking on the link and that's pinned in the chat. And I have a scene set up in OBS that's pipes in the video and the audio from Zoom. So if someone calls in to that Zoom link, or there's also a phone number you can dial to get into the Zoom meeting, that data should be funneled over to OBS, which will then be funneled over to YouTube. That's how I have it set it up right now. Thanks for the answer, says Robert. I use OBS too. FYI, I also use Restream to create stream keys, which let me multicast to Facebook and YouTube. Restream also makes it easy to schedule events in advance. Okay, thanks for that tip. I think I would guess there's also a way to stream to Facebook and X and other platforms from OBS. There's When I was first setting up OBS yesterday, there was somewhere during the setup process that showed a bunch of options of where I want to stream to, like YouTube, Twitch, X, Facebook, Kick, bunch of others, like several dozen, I think. Some I haven't even heard of. But then there's also an option that says custom. So I thought maybe if I clicked on that, I could then do a combination of those various platforms and just go straight from OBS to YouTube and also to Kick or X or Facebook or whatever. Now, maybe you can also get that functionality by using Restream, a platform like multi-platform functionality. It sounds like that's what Restream is allowing you to do. But I wonder if there's also a way to just do that through OBS without having to use Restream. Although maybe Restream has some nice features that OBS doesn't have. That's more to look into. So maybe I'll look into that at some point. My friend just finished the California bar today, says Steven. Good for him. Yeah, good for your friends. So is that's showing some benevolence, I guess. Um, Speaking of benevolence. And Stephen also says, I got my bar results on November 22nd, 2013, exactly 50 years after the JFK assassination. Have any thoughts on that assassination? It was terrible. It was an act of, well, political violence is one possibility. I haven't looked into it much. Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know what views, if any, he had in politics. I looked into it a little years ago, but I've forgotten what what I learned about it. So I don't remember if he was politically opposed to JFK. I mean, there can also just be insane people, and that could be a reason. In any case, it's terrible that that happens. Um, So, I mean, there's some very brief thoughts on it. And recently, weren't there some files related to that that were unclassified? I think there was a movie made about it many years ago with Kevin Costner, I think. And there have been conspiracies about what happens. Like, was it a single shooter or was it more than one person? And I don't know if I haven't looked into any of that, so I don't know if there's any plausibility or to the various theories or if they're just arbitrary. It seems like the most widely accepted one is that it was just Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. Um, I think I'm no expert on this, but that was my impression. But I don't know how widely, how much consensus that has. Ever been to the Dallas Book Depository? I went once, says Stephen. No, I've never been there. I've never been to Dallas, period. Except for maybe their airport. I think I've flown through Dallas, but I think that's it. All right, so see what else is in here. Let me check my YouTube analytics. Is that where the shooter was stationed in the Lee Harvey Oswald? Is that he was shooting from the Dallas Book Depository? I seem to recall he was in some building. I don't know what floor it was, but some number of floors up, and I'm guessing that's the significance of that. Okay, so just took a look at my analytics. That looks fine. Haven't gotten my first payment from YouTube yet. Maybe I think I might get that in March, given how their payment cycle works. Yeah, I forget which floor, but now there's a museum. The X floor museum, says Stephen. All right, so what should I talk about next? Thermosphere had asked about Kantianism and utilitarianism. I said a bit about that. If you want to ask any follow-ups, feel free. Is there anyone else here who asked a question? Oh, yeah, AGOSTI had asked about downloading and torrenting movies. Well, I think it's bad if you're doing it in illegal ways, in ways that violate the property, the intellectual property of whoever the owner of the movie is. So is it theft? Um, maybe. Well, I don't know if there's some other more specific definition of theft, which would maybe you would call it intellectual property theft, taking something without the consent of the owner. It's sometimes called piracy. What would be the case? Is there a case for it to be moral? Well, I mean, if it's you didn't say like you could download movies that are in the public domain. I'm not sure exactly what torrenting is. Is that a type of downloading? But if there are movies that aren't owned by anyone, you could download those. But if it's some illegit website that's hosting movies to be downloaded without the consent of their owners, then I think that would not be moral. That would be immoral. It would be a form of force because you are taking something without the consent. It's not a voluntary transaction. If you're taking it with someone's consents, then it's voluntary. But if you're overriding someone's consents, then I think you could say that's a form of force. But if you think or anyone out there thinks there's a case for it to be moral, then I'd be interested to hear what you think that is. Oh, Jeree is here. Hi. He says, Objectivist take on patents slash IP. Are they government supported monopolies or an extension of property rights? Okay. I'm just going to look at this new person's channel. Grandma and Grandpa showed up in the chat. That's the name of the chatter. Grandma, I guess the A is part of the word and. Grandmand Grandpa. Okay. Well, let me at least quickly read what that person says. What are we talking about today? Just got here. Professor, ready to learn. Ready for my brain to experience the joy of learning. We are talking about many things, but all of them from the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy, or at least that's the perspective I'm coming from. I'm a big fan of Ayn Rand and her philosophy of objectivism, and I talk about philosophy, religion, ethics, politics. So many topics from the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy. So someone just asked about the objectivist take on patents or IP, intellectual property. So what's Ayn Rand's perspective on that? Well, she supports it. She wrote an article called Patents and Copyrights, or something like that was the title, in her book, The Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. And then you ask, are they government-supported monopolies or an extension of property rights? Well, the concept monopoly, I've wondered about the validity of that concept. This is an issue that came up in my recent debate with a another streamer who goes by the name I'm Really Important. Maybe I should show that on the screen. By the way, thanks for the likes on the stream. Where's my... Yeah, it's up to 6 likes now. Nice. Thank you. See, the screen is frozen at towards the beginning in my live YouTube studio view, but I can move it closer to where we are right now. I was going to go to... Oh, I just got an error here. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Oh, are you all experiencing buffering? That's the first time I saw this message. Okay, but I'd be interested to know if you're experiencing buffering. What I was going to show you though is that this. Oh, I guess you didn't see that because I wasn't showing the right scene. Here, this is what I was reading from. This error message. It says viewers might be experiencing buffering. But what I was going to show you, this is what I was talking about. Ayn Rand fan versus a liberal. And there's a section in there where we talk about monopolies.
I was saying just a moment ago, I think the difference between conservatives and liberals is...
Hear that audio? Maybe I guess I can test it on my end too. I can always do that if I just check it out on my phone. But there's a section in there on where the topic of monopolies comes up. So you might be interested in checking. Nick and Steven says it's buffering. Oh, and there was a question about $100. Would you pick it up? Okay, maybe I should shut down some applications like TikTok, and then maybe it will buffer less. Has it been buffering the whole time, or did it just start? Sorry for the delay here. I'm just want to see if this audio came through. Yes. Yeah, I just heard it. The difference between conservatives and liberals, that's what the guy said. Okay, so now I've confirmed that the audio works when I want to play a video. Okay, but to go back some to the question about monopolies. Oh, Nick says the buffering just started buffering when you read that statement. Oh, okay. Good. So most of the time it's been smooth. All right. Well, maybe I shouldn't go into that window. Um, it was buffering fine now, but we're on a delay of like 1 minute-ish. Yeah, it's a really long delay compared to what it used to be. It used to be under 20 seconds, I think. I wonder if that'll change if I close down TikTok. Let me check out TikTok, and maybe if there's no new comments there to engage with, I'll just close it down and we'll see if that reduces the delay. Okay, it looks frozen on TikTok again. So I'm going to refresh. Now it's not showing at all on TikTok. What happens? Okay, there it is. Maybe that's also due to the delay. It took a long time to reoccur. Okay, I'm going to close down the TikTok stream and see if that speeds things up. Oh, I see a lot of error messages in the TikTok live studio saying couldn't connect, trying to reconnect now. Gosh, I wonder how many messages like that there were. All right, hopefully when I close TikTok, it does not crash the entire stream. Um, if it does, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'll start up a new stream or just stream another day, but um, it doesn't look like there's a smooth. Let's see, is it going to allow me to? I want to shut down TikTok in a smooth way, and I don't see how to do that. I could just quit the app, but I think it would be better to click on a button that says stop streaming, but I don't see an option like that right now. Settings. Oh, I see where the soundboard noise came from. That was from TikTok. Okay. I see there's TikTok has something called hotkeys. That's where it was coming from. Okay. I'm just gonna quit TikTok and hopefully it doesn't crash my stream. Sorry if it does. All right, I hit quit, but it hasn't closed yet, so I don't know why. I wonder if I can do something like Control Alt Delete or go into the task manager to close TikTok in a different way because it's not closing. Oh, when I click on the drop-down menu and then go down to quit, there's a shortcut that says Command Q, but that's grayed out. But I didn't try Command Q. I just pointed down on the menu where it says Quit TikTok Live Studio, but it's not quitting. So um, maybe I need to try Task Manager. I don't know how else I would close this. All right, let me try that. Oh, that's Windows. What is it called? And Apple has a different name for the way you can close things. Um, System Monitor, is that maybe it's called System Monitor? Oh, Activity Monitor, is that what it is? Let me try that. Oh yeah, that's it. Activity Monitor. Okay. So I can close things through the back door, so to speak, um, through the Activity Monitor. So let me try that now. Actually, before I do that, I want to see. Oh, it says my system's only using, well, it's fluctuating, but it's around 18% of the CPU, and user is using 43%. But total, I think I'm only using about 50% processing power of my CPU. But it seems like it's being slow. So I'm going to try to stop this through the back door. All right, there's an option. Okay, it just closed finally. There were two ways I could quit it. There was one called quit and then one called force quit. And I just did quit and it worked where when I did it through the activity monitor, but it was not working when I did it through the app itself. Okay, so hopefully that will reduce the lag. I wonder what it looks like now if I go to TikTok on my phone. Is it going to say the live stream ended on TikTok or what? I don't see it there. Let me check on my laptop. Okay, looks like, oh, it still shows the live is going. So maybe just quitting the app doesn't end the live. How do I end the live? I don't, uh, I don't want the live to be still going. Maybe I have to end it through the app or the TikTok Live Studio. Sorry for the technical issues, but that's one thing I need to do today. There's going to be some things I need to iron out here while I'm trying out new software. All right, I'm trying to open the TikTok on my TikTok Live Studio on my laptop. Okay, now it looks like it's giving me an option to go live, which I guess implies I'm not already live. But then why does it show when I log into my account? Oh, now a thing just popped up that says in live or continue live. Okay, so okay, that's what I wanted to see. So I'm going to say end live. And I think it's going to give me an option to make it a video now. So if people want to watch the TikTok live, they can they can do that if I make it available. I think by default it's just okay. So the whole TikTok live was about 2 hours and 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. And let's see if I go to my channel now, my TikTok channel, is it going to show up there? Or do I have to do something in order to publish it? Okay, looks like it does not show up there. So I think I can publish it later. Not that I necessarily want to, but I just wanted to see what the current status of it is. Okay, I'm going to close TikTok now. I actually called into a couple TikTokers this just a couple days ago, I think. I wanted to debate politics with them, but they only wanted to talk about Trump. They wanted they're anti-Trump and they want to debate people who are pro-Trump, which I am not. So I told them that at the beginning of my call, and they said no thanks, and they just went to the next call. But I thought maybe if I reply to something more something they say, like when they're debating a pro-Trump person, like let's say they say something about I support expanding Medicare or Social Security, and maybe I could just reply to that, even though it isn't directly related to Trump. It's at least reacting to something they specifically said. Maybe they'd more be more inclined to debate me if I started by engaging with them on that specific point. All right, so is the delay any less now? I don't know how you would determine that. Maybe you could do it in the chat. Like see how long the delay is between when you type something in the chat and when it appears on screen. Okay, so I was talking about intellectual property. And whether it's a government monopoly or an extension of property rights. I think that's how Jereeeeeeee put it. And I was raising the question of whether the concept of monopoly is useful. So I was saying in that video that I showed, in a sense, everyone is a monopoly. Like this guy, I came up with this imaginary character in my debate with I'm Really Important. That's the name the guy goes by. I'm Really Important. I'm not sure why he chose that. But we were talking about monopolies, and I said, well, imagine there's he was I said imagine there's a guy who runs a burrito restaurant, Pedro. His restaurant is called Pedro's Burritos, and he's the only one who can create burritos in exactly the way that he does it. He has a certain style of preparing burritos. Well, is Pedro now a monopolist? He's only one store, only one restaurant. He's not a chain, but no one else can produce the burritos exactly like he can. So is he a monopolist um, because no one else can produce the same thing he does. So this is what I meant when I was saying, well, in a sense, all businesses are monopolies. They all do things in a unique kind of way. Is it very similar, perhaps, but not identical, 100%. Um, but then the concept becomes useless or meaningless. If everyone is a monopoly, then it doesn't pick out anything specific. Um, so what's really important, I think, is to distinguish between coercion and freedom. So if the government says no one is allowed to compete with Pedro, no one is allowed to have burritos in his town. Let's say he's in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and no one else in Albuquerque is allowed to open a burrito shop. That would be the government using force to stop people from competing with Pedro. And sometimes these get called coercive monopolies, but that might imply that there are non-coercive monopolies. But I'm not sure what that would be if it's not just going to mean everyone. Like if the government is not interfering in the burrito market, then is every burrito producer a monopolist over their particular style of producing burritos? Um, so I don't think what really is important, I think, is do we have freedom or are we subject to coercion? Not whether you're the sole um, business in a given industry. Like there's got to be someone who's first in Albuquerque for any business, right? You're maybe the first person to open a burrito restaurant, or the first person to open a Chinese restaurant, first person to open a hair salon, first person to open a car dealership. So are all of those people now monopolies? Like everyone who's the first? And there once somebody else moves in, so maybe Alejandro starts a competing burrito shop. Now Pedro is no longer a monopolist, but before he was. um I'm not sure like how valuable it is to think of it that way. um what matters is that Alejandro should be able to compete with Pedro if he wants to, and if he doesn't want to, if no one else wants to, that's fine. Pedro can be the only person in town who provides a certain good. Maybe that's sufficient to satisfy the demands in that town. Maybe it wouldn't be profitable or rational for someone else to start up a competing business, but maybe it would. Maybe someone decides I actually could win some significant market share here and make good profit. But what's important is that people are free to make those decisions, and the government does not step in. I don't think it matters how many people are participating in a given market at a given time. So going back to the question here in the chat, so government needs to get out. It shouldn't support or thwart anyone. It shouldn't give people special favors or harm people. But are they doing that when they recognize patents or IP? Um, I don't think so. I don't. I think they're not giving a special favor. They're granting someone what they deserved because someone put in the time and the effort to create something, whether it's a movie or a song or a book. And if someone is going to create that value and benefit from it by being able to sell it and have exclusive rights to sell it, at least for a while, then I think their rights are being recognized. And you could have a debate on exactly how long is a good time. Like, should it be 17 years? I think that's what it is in some cases for patents before they expire. Or should it be 100 years? Should it be 50 years, 3 years? You can have that debate, and there might be some optionality there, just as I think there is with many legal issues. Like, what should be the age of majority? Some countries it's 18 years old, some it's 21, some it's 16. But there has to be something there to distinguish legally between adults and minors. So I wouldn't say there's necessarily one right length of time for patents and IP or copyrights, but I think there needs to be something in order to respect the rights of the person who created some value and recognize that they should be the ones to benefit from the value that they created. So, and I think you can consider that an extension of property rights, or maybe an application of property rights, rights to intellectual property. So I guess you could call it government sanctioned, like if the government grants them patents or copyright, but I don't know how useful it is to call it a monopoly. Um, and I mean, if you're just going to call any, like if the government grants you the so-called monopoly over your own labor, like you get to decide how to make a living. You can become a shoe salesman or an Uber driver or a dentist or a lawyer. Um, is your right to decide what kind of work you pursue? Is that a government-supported monopoly? Because you have exclusive right to decide how you're going to, what occupation you're going to pursue? Is that a government-supported monopoly, or should we just call that a government recognized right or government-sanctioned right? It's recognizing your rights to your own life, how your own liberty to decide. Um, I think it might be more useful to just think of it as the government recognizing your rights rather than think of it in terms of the government supporting a monopoly. So I guess this latter formulation is I'm more I lean more towards describing it that way. Oh, I just see a bunch of chats from Stephen. Uh, oh, John Wayne is here. Hi, John. No delay there. Oh, so the delay is less. It's not buffering as much or at all, or if the delay is less. I hope that's the case since I closed TikTok. All right, so Stephen he sent me $50 through PayPal. Thanks again for that. And he sent in one super chat. He said he was going to use $5 of it first on the one I already answered about benevolence and whether it's a sub-virtue of justice. And he just he did another one 10 minutes ago, I see. It's been a while since I was doing some other things that I'm just catching up now to the most recent chats. I see that 10 minutes ago he said for $20, can you tell me if my reading of a statute was right? Do I have the right to be furious at Justice Thomas for his basic misunderstanding? It'll take a few posts to explain. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I can do for $20. Um, but let me see what else you've written here. Okay, there's another one from AGOSTI about IP. I think the question becomes when copying is a rights violation and when not. I'm allowed to make a copy, but just not to resell or plagiarize? Question mark. Okay. Yeah, that might make it a bit more nuanced than I was getting into before. Um, let's say, what if you have a, let's say you have a subscription to Netflix, and so you have rights to watch certain movie that's hosted on that platform, and then you have a power outage, so you no longer have access. But let's say your neighbor has a copy. Let's say your neighbor has a like a DVD of the same movie that you wanted to watch on Netflix, and you say, "Hey, my power went out, so I can't stream from Netflix. Could you make me a copy of your movie so that I can watch it now?" Um, now, that might be technically illegal, but you might think it's at least not as immoral as it would be to just make a copy of it if you didn't already have access to it in some other way, which for technical reasons is temporarily unavailable to you. Um, so you still might say it's not a good thing to do and that the law prohibits it. Um, but I think it's at least more minor of a wrongdoing, if it is a wrongdoing, than it would be to just um, download the movie from some pirated site if you didn't already have access to it um, by some legitimate rights respecting means. So um, maybe that's relevant to what you're asking here. But since Stephen put more money down for his super chats, I'm going to give him priority and read more of his chats here. But I don't know what the law says on that. I see Stephen says at the end, no, that the copyright holder can prevent you from copying too, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Like, I'm not saying it's good or legal to copy something, like copy a movie if you don't have access to it through Netflix. Um, but I think it would just be less of less concerning, less of a wrongdoing, less immoral than if you didn't have any rights to it at all. Mhm. Right. Oh, that buffering error message went away on my YouTube live studio view. That's good. Okay, should I take a break? Or should I go straight into Stephen's questions? I want to at least read them. I usually take a break at some point. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today, but I want to at least read Stephen's chats, but I want to make them larger because it's I want to resize that window, make it wider. Can I do that directly in OBS, or do I need to do that from somewhere else? Okay, let me try something. All right, you're going to see this move on the screen, I think. The chat window. And it's the same width right now, but I'm going to see if I can make it wider. But not so wide that it doesn't fit in the screen. Okay, I guess I can make it a, oh, maybe that's about the max. All right, I'm going to go with that for now. What's the delay like? I want to see if the delay, before the delay was around 40 seconds. I want to test it out now and see what it is. Starting now. Okay, now it's only 20 seconds delay. All right, that's good. Part two of my question, USPS versus Konan. Konan claims she didn't get her mail because the post office intentionally withheld her mail, so she sued the post office. Okay, so Stephen is asking about another Supreme Court case. He asked a super chat in a previous show about the Supreme Court case Burke versus Choi, and this is another Supreme Court case, United States Postal Service versus Konan, and in that case, you're saying Konan. So this was a black woman who owned some property, the mail for which was not being delivered to her, and she was contending that it was due to racism. Was that it? Maybe I should look for a summary. Well, let me just read what you have to say here first. She claims she didn't get her mail because the post office intentionally withheld her mail, so she sued the post office. Part three, post office is immune from suit for B, any claim arising out of the loss, miscarriage, or negligent transmission of letters or postal matter. Part 4, the question for Thomas is if that loss of mail can be done intentionally. If it can, the post office is immune. If not, then her suit can go forward. Part 5, the part that really upset me is that Thomas said yes, a loss can happen intentionally, then have the example of an army losing soldiers because of the acts of an opposing army. Part 6, I think that was a bad example because the statute uses loss to mean loss by the government. So the question is whether a person can intentionally lose something, not whether a person can suffer a loss. No, the copyright holder. Oh, I already read that one. You say, yeah, racism. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, and I don't know if this is something I can get into now. I might have to read up about this later off stream. Um, I need to keep track because you said that the way we were going to do, you also mentioned another thing you were interested in doing a super chat for, which was Trump versus Barbara, a forthcoming Supreme Court decision. There hasn't even been over oral hearings yet, and those were going to be, what was it, in March or April? And for that, you said wait until the oral hearings and then comment afterwards. And also, I said let's decide on payment afterwards. You can decide. Well, I mean, you can pay at any time. I can't stop you if you want to send me money. Um, but I thought maybe it would be better to send the money after the fact, once you've seen what I have to say about it, and then you can decide what you want to pay. But in this case, it looks like you're sending money before the fact. If that $50 you submitted today, you said $5 of it was for the benevolence question, and um, the remaining 45, what did you say about that? It means you're allocating 5 now out of 50. But why do you say 40 left? You say, I meant to allocate another 5. Oh, okay. So your balance is 40. So the second 5, the first 5 was for the benevolence question. The second 5 is for what? I got to create a spreadsheet or something to keep track of all this. Um, what is the second 5 for? And then you said 20 some. Oh yeah, for $20. That's what you said. So $20 for that. Can you tell me if my reading of a statute was right? Do I have the right to be furious at Justice Thomas for his basic misunderstanding? It'll take a few. Post to explain. Okay, so all these questions about USPS versus Konan are what the $20, or you're asking if I can do all that for $20. I don't know. See, this might be another case where I think it might be better to for me to just talk about it sometime. I don't know if today is the best time. It, it might be better if I spend some time reading about this and thinking about it off stream and then talk about it in a future stream, and then you can decide what that's worth to you. Um, I don't know if $20, like if we assume that, just for the sake of an example, if we assume my time is worth $25 an hour and I spend 5 hours on this, and that could be um, listening to the Supreme Court oral hearings, reading the Supreme Court's written decision, thinking about the case, thinking about what I'm going to say. Let's say all that takes 5 hours. I don't know if that's a realistic estimate. I don't know if it'd be significantly longer than that, less than that. But let's just say I spend 5 hours on it. And if my time is worth $25 an hour, that would be $125. But there are other considerations, like maybe I should, since I'm relatively new to taking super chats, maybe I should give discounts for that reason. Like I wouldn't charge the same as Yaron Brook might charge for the same question necessarily, depending on the question. There are certain things that he's more experienced answering, and he can command higher rates. So that's something else to consider. And there, of course, there's just what you can afford, what you're willing to pay. And I also had mentioned that there's less pressure on me if I'm paid after the fact rather than in advance, because then I don't feel like I won't worry I'm under delivering because I haven't been paid anything yet. So I can just do whatever I'm comfortable with, spend as much or as little time on it as I am comfortable with, and then I can see what kind of payment that results in after you decide what you're comfortable paying. And then, I'll take whatever that is, and then that will help me calibrate for future requests, um, and also help you calibrate for the future. What is it worth to you? Like, let's say I spend 5 hours on this and you pay me $20. That's how much you think it's worth to you. Well, I might say, if Steven gives me a similar request in the future, um, maybe it's not worth it to me to spend 5 hours on it if I'm gonna get $20 out of it. Um, so maybe I'll say, if I'm going to charge you in advance on future requests rather than after the fact, maybe I would charge higher than $20. I'm not saying I necessarily would do that. Like, there's some things I like to study just on my own, just because they're very interesting. Like, I learned a lot about the law, how it works, and about the court system in the course of doing the Supreme Court, or researching the first super chat you did about, or the earlier super chat about Burke versus Choi. So some of the compensation to me might just be the value I get from learning about something new. So even if, um, I might, um, not mind getting paid a small amount if there's a lot of value or joy I get just from learning about something. But I can't guarantee that that's always going to be the case. So this is very complicated. There's a lot to consider, and you can also consider from your end. Like, let's say I I I talk about USPS versus Conan in the next show, and you decide, oh, that was only worth $5. So that will, I guess that will decide that could, or you could decide, oh, that was great. That was worth like $150. And this could partly depend on how long I talk about it. I don't know how much I would have to say about it. Like, would I have 5 minutes worth? Would I have an hour's worth of commentary? I don't know. So there's a lot of calibrating to figure out, a lot of back and forth between us, and I just, yeah, there's a lot that I'm going to have to figure out in the process of doing this. So I guess I can't answer your question here where you asked, for $20, can you tell me if your reading of a statute is right? Well, for one thing, I want to reiterate for everyone that I'm not a lawyer. You are a lawyer, so um, that's, am I in a better position than you are, or in order to tell you like whether a statute is right? I don't want to be like presumptuous and assume like I can decide these better things better than someone who's gone to law school and has passed the bar. I mean, I can give you my philosopher's take on it for what that's worth, but I can't guarantee that I'm, going to be in a better position than you are necessarily to tell you whether something is right. But I can give you my opinion, and um, I hope that's of some value to you. Um, but I can't really price it right now and tell you whether at the end of this whole process I will decide, oh yeah, that was $20 was a good amount for that. I think it's just too early for me to say that. And I know this might make it difficult for you. You might want to know, what can you get for a certain amount? And I mean, insofar as I can price things, I will. But um, this one, I guess what I could do is, just a sec here. I could give you an estimate in advance. Now, it might turn out to be wildly off base at the end of this whole process, and I'll decide, I should. I- It was it was much too high or much too low, but um, just having read all these seven part questions, um, I'm imagining how much time would I spend on this whole thing. I imagine I would want to listen to the oral hearings. That's probably at least an hour, maybe a couple hours. Has this already been done before the court? Did they already make it? Did they already render a decision? I should. Whoops. Um, I'm going to Google this real quick. SCOTUS blog. So the oral hearings were in October of last year, and then the opinion was rendered on February 24th. Okay, so that was just 2 days ago, and it was decided in a 5-4 votes in favor of which one? Let's see. Maybe I should just share this on the screen. I'm going to share this. Okay, so the oral hearings before the Supreme Court were October 8th, and then the decision was rendered 2 days ago on February 24th, written by Thomas in a 5-4 decision. And here's the decision, 31 pages. So that also is relevant. How long is this? Maybe I should read this. Yeah, I'll just read this summary out loud, and I'll read this first two paid paragraphs, the first page. Respondent Labine Konan, make this a little bigger, and the local post office in Euless, Texas, had an extended dispute concerning mail delivery to two rental properties owned by Konan. Konan alleged that, among other things, USPS employees intentionally withheld her mail and interfered with its delivery. After administrative complaints proved unsuccessful, Konan sued the U.S. in federal court, bringing various state law tort claims. Alleging that the USPS intentionally and wrongfully withheld her mail. The district court dismissed Konan's complaint pursuant to the Federal Tort Claims Act's Postal exception, under which the U.S. retains sovereign immunity for all claims arising out of the loss, miscarriage, or negligent transmission of letters or postal matter. The district court concluded that the U.S. enjoys sovereign immunity from Konan's claims because they all relate to personal or financial harms arising from non-delivery of mail. The district court further held that the postal exception is not limited to merely negligent failure to properly carry the mail. The Fifth Circuit reversed, holding that the terms loss, miscarriage, and negligent transmission do not encompass the intentional act of not delivering the mail at all. In contrast, the First and Second Circuits have interpreted the postal exception to apply to suits even when they arise from harms caused by intentional misconduct. The court granted certiorari to resolve the split, held the U.S. retains sovereign immunity for claims arising out of the intentional non-delivery of mail because both miscarriage and loss of mail under the FTCA's postal exception. What's the FTCA? Oh, Federal Tort Claims Acts. Both miscarriage and loss of mail under the FTCA's postal exception can occur as a result of the Postal Service's intentional failure to deliver the mail. A, the postal exception. Oh, so how long does this go on? This is the long intro. At least compared to the previous one I read, I think that the Brooke versus Choi intro was shorter. All right, well, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but the bottom line is that the court found in favor of the plaintiff and against in favor of USPS, not Konan, right? Judge Thomas delivered the opinion of the court. Okay, so the conservative justices won the case, at least for the most part, and the more liberal justices dissented. And you, Steve, disagree with Justice Thomas, so you would side with Sotomayor et al. Let me just read a little more of this. So the essence is given here at the beginning, right? The U.S. retains sovereign immunity for claims arising out of the non-delivery of mail because of both miscarriage and loss. So I guess that means they think that Conan's complaints does not override the immunity. USPS has immunity over her complaints, or it has immunity from her complaints. You say yes for USPS. Already decided. Trump versus Barbara probably needs a lawyer and a historian to do it justice, says Steve. Okay. Well, I'm neither a lawyer nor a historian. Um, I do study a lot of history. I'm a student of history, but uh, that's not the same as a historian. Trump versus Barbara may be too complicated. Have you started to look into it? The briefs are complex. No, I haven't started to look into it. I remember you said that the Trump versus Barbara case might be a more general interest than um, the USPS versus Conan. So there's a lot to think about here. Another thing that occurred to me is how much time am I going to spend looking into something on stream versus off stream? So right now, I just spent a few minutes reading part of this decision here on stream. Now, if I spent the same amount of time doing this off stream, that might cost more, at least in my mind. Like right now, it's providing some content for my stream, and I always have to decide, what is the best way to use the time I have here on stream? Is it to look through some of this now, or is it to deal with other things? And is it better to research this off stream? But if I do it off stream, then it's going to be using up time off stream. Um, and I'm not sure what is the best way for me to spend my time off stream. Um, I don't know. And maybe there's a balance to strike here. Maybe it's good to look at this a little bit on stream now and look at it more thoroughly later. And let me see how long the, also, am I going to read the decision, the dissenting opinion, or just the concurring opinion? I remember on Brick versus Choi, you said I didn't need to read the dissenting opinion. So that might make a difference in terms of how much time I spend on this. I see the text size gets bigger. So the intro goes through the first 3 pages, and then on page 4 is the actual opinion. Oh, there, it looks like here it starts with a very brief summation, a 1 paragraph summation. I'll read that one. Justice Thomas delivered the opinion of the court. The U.S. enjoys sovereign immunity and cannot be sued without its consent by means of the Federal Tort Claims Act. Congress waived that sovereign immunity for certain tort suits based on the conduct of government employees. But in the provision at issue in this case, Congress retained sovereign immunity for a wide range of claims about mail. Specifically, the FTCA's postal exception retains sovereign immunity for all claims arising out of the loss, miscarriage, or negligent transmission of letters or postal matter. This case concerns whether this exception applies when postal workers intentionally fail to deliver the mail. We hold that it does. So postal workers can intentionally fail to deliver mail, yet they are immune from claims against them, immune from claims arising out of the loss, miscarriage, or negligent transmission of letters or postal matter. Now, just off the top of my head here, this strikes me as, it makes me ask why. So people can, USPS workers can intentionally fail to deliver the mail, yet they're immune from being sued. On the face of it, that seems bad to me. But again, that's just the way it initially strikes me. If I read through all this, maybe I'll come to a different view of it. But at least at the outset, I I guess I lean the way you do. If you're against Thomas's ruling here. How did you put it? Do I have the right to be furious at Justice Thomas for his basic misunderstanding? So you're furious. I'm just rereading these parts here. The question for Thomas is if that loss of mail can be done intentionally. If it can, the post office is immune. If not, then her suit can go forward. Oh, okay. So he's The part that really upset me is that Thomas said, yes, a loss can happen intentionally. Then have the example of an army losing soldiers because of the acts of an opposing army. So there is immunity for claims arising out of loss, but she didn't get her mail because due to intentional actions, right? That's the claim. So if it was if it was intentional, then it doesn't count as loss. That's the idea. That's Thomas's, or is it? Did I get that backwards? Um, oh, it's okay. So there's immunity for claims arising out of loss, and if what they did is intentional, and you can't intentionally lose something, then there would be no immunity if it were intentional. I guess that's Conan's side. She says it was intentional, but then if it's intentional, it doesn't. But I want to say it doesn't count as loss. You can't lose something intentionally. But I guess Thomas wants to say that you can lose something intentionally, and therefore you have immunity for it because you have immunity for claims arising out of loss. So, in order for this immunity to apply, you have to argue that um, loss can be intentional if it's true that the USPS workers were intentionally not delivering the mail. Okay, so I guess if I'm understanding this right, you're saying, Stephen, you say that you think loss is not intentional, so therefore this immunity doesn't apply. But Thomas is saying loss can be intentional, and therefore immunity does apply. Okay, so just on that point, I'm at least at the outset, I'm more sympathetic to your side. Like if I lose my keys, there's it seems like the way we typically understand that is it's not something you intentionally did. Um, I mean, if you take your keys and then you like throw them in the woods, so it becomes very hard, if not impossible, to find them, would we say you lost your keys? Um, or you abandoned them? Or you, maybe you could say you lost your keys, but it was your fault. Um, but at least in the normal case, when it's said that someone loses something, I would guess, at least initially, my thought is it probably means it was not intentional. You lose a piece of mail, like it's kind of like saying you misplaced it. Um, you forgot where you put it. Okay, so I guess at least my initial thought is it seems right to interpret loss as being something unintentional, in which case this immunity would not apply. But apparently, Justice Thomas gave some analogy to what's going on when soldiers are lost in an army in a fight. Where was that? Um, the part that really upset me is that Thomas said, yes, a loss can happen intentionally, then have the example of an army losing soldiers because of the acts of an opposing army. Now, when I first read that, and still the way I react to that now, is it seems like there might be an equivocation there on lose. Like when you lose soldiers in an army, I mean, what that typically means is they died, right? They've been killed. You lost certain number of men in the battle. Maybe you lost 100 men, but that's not that sense of loss is not the same sense of loss like when you lose your keys, or you misplace your keys and you can't find them. It's not like you can't find the soldiers. They're lying dead there on the battlefield, right? What lose means there is something different than what I would think it typically means when you say I lost a piece of mail. So so far I'm on your side. um, but let's see what you say next. In part six, I think that was a bad example because the statute uses loss to mean loss by the government. So the question is whether a person can intentionally lose something, not whether a person can suffer a loss. Okay, I think I follow you there. I think I follow you there, and it seems like there might just be a crude kind of equivocation. But maybe I'm just missing something then, if that's just too obvious of a kind of error for him to have made. So does he talk about that example here? And what was the term? Soldiers, army? If I do a search on soldier, oh yeah, here's page 12. An army can suffer loss of soldiers as a result of the intentional conduct of the enemy. And in the male context, ordinary speakers commonly described a loss of mail from theft, including theft by the carrier. I'm not buying this so far. If some postal worker steals my mail, I would say my mail is stolen. My mail was stolen. I wouldn't say I lost my mail. It's not like the worker was, he was carrying a bunch of mail in a crate, and then maybe a piece of mail slipped out and fell on the ground, and then he kept driving on his postal route. Then you could say he lost the mail, but that's not intentional, right? If the piece of mail slipped out, but that's what I would call a loss, not if he just intentionally didn't deliver the mail. So I'm not buying this. Now, again, this is my initial thought. If I spend a lot more time looking at this, maybe I'd feel differently about it, but that's what it seems. That's how it seems right now to me. Oh, I forgot to share that. I was just reading this part. All right, let me go back to. All right, so that was the. I read through the 7 parts of Stephen's question again, a little more slowly and thinking it through. Let me see. I see he's got a bunch more chats here. And let me see what else he has to say. How long have I been doing this? I've been on this case now for what, like 20, 30 minutes or something? So I don't know. Have I already done $20 worth? Um, I don't know how much added value I would be able to supply by looking at this more off stream. Maybe I've already done the bulk of what I would want to say anyways. So, um, well, you can let me know what you think. Um, but let me read some of these other chats. I'm liking OBS so far. I like the smoothness of it and going between different scenes. I can still get more smooth at it, but this is just my first day working with it. But so far, I think it's working pretty well. By the way, thanks everyone for being here. Whether you're participating in the chat or just listening in, watching in, thanks for being here. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the subscribes. Definitely appreciate all that. Helps the channel grow so I can do more to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. Second five, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I was asking what the second $5 was for. And Steven says here it's for taking time to dive into the benevolence question. Yeah, I spent quite a while on that one. I was thinking as I was doing that, maybe that was more than $5 worth. But you all ultimately have to decide, what you're comfortable with. So I'm definitely I appreciate that, Stephen. chipping in another $5 for that long discussion of benevolence. You say just extra. So now my balance is 20. Okay, so you did $10 ultimately on the benevolence question, and then you proposed 20 for the USPS versus Konan. So that would be 30 total, leaving 20 out of the 50. Yeah, so I got you there. And then Trump versus Barbara, I already read that one. Yeah, I haven't started looking into that. Probably needs a lawyer and a historian. Yes, for USPS. Oop, jumped ahead. So my recommendation, just withdraw my requests to review Trump versus Barbara. Look into it if for yourself if you want. Is that okay with you? Yeah, that's fine. No, Thomas says a loss can be intentional. Sorry for the confusion, guys. Does anyone understand what I'm trying to say? I'm saying I don't just disagree with Thomas on a legal point, but I'm mad at him for getting grammar wrong. Exactly. The key example is what I was getting at. So take another $10. I didn't realize how much time this would take. $10 balance. Okay, so um oh, so 30? Are you saying you've or is it 40 minutes? I don't know. You can rewind if you want to find out exactly, but so what are we saying here? Are you saying so $10 for the benevolence question and $30 for the USPS versus Conan? Now, are you saying you're already paying me now for what I just did on stream now? Like I've already delivered the product and you're paying 30 for that? Or are you saying $30 for some additional future work on USPS versus Conan? Um, can you just clarify what you mean by that? Okay, 10 for benevolence, 30 for USPS, and 10 left. Okay. But what I mean is, thanks for that. But I want further clarification on, do you consider me already to have answered? Okay, yes, you say you already delivered 30 for that. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Steve. Excellent. So I had this goal here to get 0 out of 5 super chats in 3 hours. We still have 22 minutes left, but Steven made his contribution through PayPal, not through the YouTube super chat, so that I could get a higher percentage because YouTube takes out 30%. PayPal only takes out uh, just a few percent. What was it? Can I scroll back that far? So basically 2%, between 2 and 3% plus 50 cents. So I get a much larger proportion. So that's great. Thank you, Stephen. And I'm going to consider this as having met the goal because he did $50 and he did it through PayPal, increasing my percentage. And he's done like, how many, he like upped the amount for both benevolence and the USPS. So that's great. I'm just going to consider the goal as having been met. So thank you, Steve. And if anyone wants to help me exceed the goal, I definitely invite you to chip in as well. And you can get more value out of the show that way. So you see how much time I've been spending on Steve's chats, and that's because Steve has put dollars behind his chats. So it's value for value, and I want to incentivize super chats and reward them by giving them more time and attention so that I can make this show financially self-sustaining. And hopefully it's a win-win. So you provide more value, and then I give you more value in return. So that's great. All right. Very good. So I gotta type thank you in the chat here. All right. So it's a little subjective. I don't know if that's the word I want to use, but in terms of figuring out like how much where I am towards the goal, because I said that Steve, he contributed a certain amount and then he upped the amounts twice and he did it through PayPal. So I don't know how, there's no exact way to translate that into, well, exactly how many YouTube super chats is that equivalent to? So it's maybe somewhat more of an art than a science, but that's how it goes sometimes. There's no exact formula, but I'm going to consider this goal as having been met. The way Yaron Brook does it, he's a for anyone who doesn't know, and another objectivist podcaster, he has a certain amount that he tries to raise per hour. So this is not a certain amount; it's rather just a certain number of super chats. But he has a certain dollar amount that he tries to achieve per hour, and that I guess is more, maybe you'd say, objective or easier to calculate, if it's a concrete dollar amount. And maybe in the future I can make that my goal, having a certain dollar amount. But this is a work in progress. So for right now, I'll just do it like this. But I guess the if I do it by dollar amount, I don't know, maybe that would incentivize more contributions through PayPal and Patreon. Since they take out a smaller cut, I would hit the dollar amount sooner. Anyway, that remains to be figured out in the future. All right, so what next? What are we going to talk about next? How long am I going to stream today? I've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours. Started around 3:30 Pacific. So Steve you have $10 left, 10 for benevolence, 30 for USPS. Okay, so you got $10 left if you want to spend it on something. I guess you could reserve it for next time if you want, or you could ask it this time. Um, but I guess we'll say you got $10 left on your $50 PayPal contribution. All right. What else should we do? See, if I had TikTok running, I could try to get some debates on TikTok. I have a very small audience on TikTok, so there wasn't much happening over there. And maybe as I grow my audience, I can get some more debates going on TikTok and maybe also stream them on YouTube. So let's see what else. Does anybody else want to raise a topic? There's a pause right now. In the chat. If anyone else wants to raise a topic, now's a good time. Godspeed says, "Why don't you smoke enough pot?" Why would you ask that? Maybe you're just being silly. There were some other questions earlier that I might have missed while I was doing the super chats or the super PayPals. What happens if I make this? I'm going to try to maximize this chat window and see if it goes off screen, but it might make it easier to read here. And I can resize it in OBS. Yeah, now it's too big. So if I scale this down, it'll make it smaller on your end. But you can read it in the regular chat anyways. It might make it easier for me to read on my end though if I have a larger chat window. See, this is something you can do in OBS that you can't do in Zoom. You can resize different parts of your scene, or at least I'm not aware of how you would do something like this in Zoom. I created a break slide this time. I can show you what that looks like. Like if I take a break, it would look like this. See, that was very easy to transition to. And it has more information than I was able to include before when I was using Zoom. Um, so there's a lot more features and flexibility with OBS, but that's just I'm not actually on break. I just wanted to show you that. And at the beginning of the show, I had this intro slide. So I got my Zoom window, which is, let's see, just me. And Ayn Rand. Oh, the other way. Still got to get used to this mirroring effect. And then I have my Zoom and my chat window. So that's another scene. Each of these are called scenes in OBS. And then I have my Chrome window and my break slide. So those are the 5 scenes that I have set up. and I can very easily go between them, much easier than it was before to do these kinds of transitions. Is Godspeed on? Is he smoking a joint right now? Um, he says high as a kite. Nick says I don't know. I've got experience with both, and pot without Ayn Rand isn't much more than a good time, says Nick. All right, how far can I scroll back? Back to 348. That's shortly after I started. I started around 3:30. So let's see what else is in here. I talked about this one, downloading movies. AGOSTI might be asleep now because he's in the Netherlands, so he's about 9 hours ahead. What is that for him? About 4 in the morning? I talked a little about Kantianism and utilitarianism. Here's one I don't think I read. About personifying reality last week, I sometimes say, you can't fight old man metaphysics. I don't believe in God, but I sometimes refer to reality by name. Oh yeah, we talked about I forget how that came up, but yeah, I do remember talking about personifying reality, maybe in connection with religion. You can't fight old man metaphysics. When you want something from someone, I'd say benevolence is important. It can help, that's for sure. If you're a rude jerk to someone, they're going to be less likely to help you out. Whereas if you're benevolent, they will be more likely. Robert says, my current OBS configuration is a bit awkward for interviews. Currently, I capture the Zoom window, not elegant, but I haven't gotten around to revisiting my scene configuration. That reminds me of something. I think there might be a better way to do, like right now, um, I'm to get this virtual background that I have to use Zoom, but I think there should be a way to do it in OBS. There's a setting in what's called the filters section that removes the background and then replaces it with whatever background you want. And for some reason, that setting was not available to me to choose when I was looking through it yesterday. Um, and I did a little Googling to figure out why it wasn't showing up, and I couldn't figure it out. But I've found this workaround solution of I was able to get it working in Zoom, and that's what I've been using for months when I've just used Zoom. So I just set it up in Zoom, and then I piped over the Zoom data into OBS, and so now I can have this virtual background. But I think there should be a way to do it without Zoom. I should just be able to use OBS and have the virtual background, and that might be a smoother, less data consuming way of doing it. So hopefully in the future I'll be able to figure that out. Hopefully PayPal pays you sooner. Yeah, I get the money from PayPal immediately. That's one good thing about PayPal. YouTube pays on a monthly cycle, and it takes a while for the first payment to get going because they only will pay you once you get at least $100 worth of super chat money. And it took me until like I started getting super chat money in January. January 2nd was the first show I did where I got some super chats. And then but I didn't get over $100 until starting in February. But I think I might not get that over $100 amount until March because I think the payment the way the payment cycle works is you get paid in the following month for whatever your balance was in the prior month. So it's taken a while here to get the money from YouTube, but it is on its way. Okay, I talked about this one some from Jeree about patents, monopolies, property rights. I didn't say much about this one, but I did see it earlier. If you found $100 on the ground, would you pick it up? Yeah, I'd pick it up. I might look around and see if there's anyone nearby who looks like they might have dropped it. And if I saw someone like that, I guess they would have first dibs on it. But if there wasn't anyone around, it was just a stray $100. Sure, yeah. Um, why wouldn't you pick up the $100? Says Nick. I don't know if Steve ever answered that. You might think someone else could use it better than you could. I actually remember a case once when I don't remember how much it was. It might have been a $5 bill. I think it was more than $1, but I'm not sure how much it was. But I remember I found a $5 bill on the grounds, and there was another woman nearby. Just we were both within, I don't know, maybe 10 feet of it. And I saw it first, and I don't think she might have noticed it, but I think I might have pointed at it and said, "Hey, look, there's $5 there. You want it?" And she said, "Oh yeah, sure." I don't know. I don't remember what she said exactly, but she took it. And I mean, $5 wasn't a big deal, at least not to me. I don't know that it was a big deal to her. Um, but it was fine with me. I don't think it belonged to either of us. It wasn't like she dropped it or she lost it, to use the term loss, which came up in the USPS case. Uh, I would imagine that $5 bill or however much it was not intentionally lost, if that's even possible to intentionally lose. Um, but someone else was nearby, and I said, "Hey, there's $5 there." I might have asked her if it was hers, and I think if I did, it didn't seem like it was hers, so I don't think it was either of ours. Well, I know it wasn't mine, of course, um, but I offered it to her, or I offered her the opportunity, and she took it. That was fine. Maybe that was an act of benevolence. Now, if it were a much larger amount, maybe I would have acted differently. If it were like $1,000, I might have thought, "Oh, there's some real value here. I'm going to take this. I'm not going to let a some random stranger get it first." Well, I would like it to go back to the rightful owner. Like if someone dropped that unintentionally, I would like that person to get it. But if it looks like there's no hope of my okay, my left AirPod died right in the middle of talking about that, so I switched over, and I think I'm reconnected now. So if it were a much larger amount, I might have taken it for myself, but I would prefer to go to whoever lost it, assuming it was lost. But if it doesn't look like there's an opportunity to uh, for that person to get it, then I think I don't see a problem with taking it. I mean, if there were I guess if there were a lost and found, like there are, if you lose something in a private business, like you're in a restaurant, that happened to me once. I lost a cell phone in a restaurant, and I went back the next day. Unfortunately, they had it. No, it wasn't a cell phone. It was a credit card. I left a credit card, and I went back the next day, and they had it. But that's in a private business. If you're just out in a public space, like in a parking lot somewhere, and there's not like a designated lost and found place, you can take something like money if you find it on the ground. There's no trusted one single source you can go to. So, I mean, if there were that, I would take it to that. Um, but if there's not that, then I don't see why not just take it for yourself. It's just a little bit of good luck you had, and a little bit of bad luck, or maybe a lot of bad luck, depending on how much it was for whoever lost it. But you know, that happens sometimes, both good luck and bad luck. Yeah, sometimes maybe you can make a copy of something, but just not resell it or plagiarize. Well, you can never, I don't think you can ever plagiarize, uh, but maybe sometimes you can resell, sometimes you can't. Is the text getting cut off? It looks like it might be getting cut off on the right side a little bit. Yeah, I got to make this a bit larger or smaller, actually. Okay, I think that's better. maybe move it a little to the right. Oh yeah, so you can see the the avatars weren't showing up. Now I got to resize it some more. Okay, I think that's exactly the same size. Like it's, if it were any bigger, part of the window would be missing on the screen. So that's the largest I can make it without cutting off some of the window. Okay, here are all the USPS versus Konan, which I already went through. Oh, maybe I should have used Steven here instead of Steve. You can let me know if you have a preference on that. Sorry if I got that wrong. What if you found $20 but it was covered in all kinds of crud? I would probably let that go. Let someone else who needs it more than I do, or someone to whom it's more valuable than it is to me. If I were super poor, maybe if I were living on the streets, then I would take it. But if if I'm not in desperate need of money, then I wouldn't touch it if it were disgusting and covered in all kinds of germs and who knows what. One time I found a $10 bill at the park and then gave Euron a $10 super chat, says Nick. Hey Nick, your how's your new truck working out? Or your new truck working out? Yes, although I wish it had a 4x4, but I'll make it work. Nick recently got a new truck. Forget what kind it was. Glad it's working out. And then there are a bunch of chats from Godspeed. He says, you know what would be really fun? We start living like Harry Potter wizards. I've never read Harry Potter, but I've heard very good things about it, including from many objectivists. So if I had a lot more time, maybe I would read some Harry Potter, but so far I haven't. I did see one of the movies. Many years ago, I forget which one. There's been multiple of them, right? And I don't think it was the first one. I don't remember the name of it, but I did see one of the Harry Potter movies, which I think it was fine as far I hardly remember it at all, but um, I might have had a mildly positive reaction. Okay, but then you go on to say, oh, Nick's truck is a Chevrolet Colorado. Okay, we start living like Harry Potter wizards, appear broke and poor and isolated, while secretly sitting on assets and suck connected to a secret network society. We don't want to create a political movement or anything silly like a cult or terrorist cell that creates too much noise and gets really dirty really fast. Instead, just go creating the parallel society you want right under the establishment's nose. If use crypto or some kind of parallel currency within the secret network, Uncle Sam thinks you're homeless and penniless. By all intents and purposes, you are. He can't tax assets or money that doesn't exist and you don't have. Now, the isn't the federal government trying to tax people on crypto assets? I don't know that they have a good way to know whether people are reporting what crypto assets they have, but I guess if they find out you do, I think I might have heard that they are considering them subject to taxes. You know, there was a real Scottish Canadian man named John Galt. Do you think Ayn Rand knew of him? I would guess there are many people named John Galt. I don't know about how many Scottish Canadians, but I would guess it's a fairly common name. Plot spoiler: if you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, there's it's said in the book, like even in the world of Atlas Shrugged, even for the same company, Taggart Transcontinental, who Galt was working for, there were many John Galts, right? Or at least multiple John Galts um, working for Transcontinental, Taggart Transcontinental. He was right there under Dagny's nose, and she didn't even realize it for so long. Do you think Ayn Rand knew of the Scottish Canadian John Galt? I I doubt it. I have no idea though. I don't recall her ever saying something about a real life John Galt. Do we know for sure how she came up with the name John Galt? The real John Galt was a somewhat famous writer. So I would guess, yeah. So I don't know of any famous John Galts other than the one in Atlas Shrugged. So this was a somewhat famous writer. I don't know. I'm going to look it up. see when this guy was around. Oh, 1779 to 1839. Scottish novelist, entrepreneur, and political commentator who played a significant role in the development of Upper Canada, now Ontario. Never heard of that guy. I don't know how she came up with the name. Maybe she just liked the sound of it. Well, Galt, I think it sounds similar to gold, and maybe she likes gold, right? A Not a fiat currency, but a non fiat store of value, and his hair is described as gold, right? And maybe she liked the strength of the sound of the name, like Galt. It's got those hard consonants. Rourke, that's another one, which is similar to rock, which might connote stability. Like he's rock solid in his principles. He's not mushy, and he's. I think didn't she? She said about Frank O'Connor, her husband, that he was her rock. Like she could count on him, and maybe there's a tie there. Similar attitude towards Rourke, and John is a classic American name. And if she's writing a pro-American novel, maybe she wants a paradigmatically American name. Um, I'm speculating here. Maybe it says somewhere in the objectivist literature, maybe there's some explanation of how she came up with this name. Speaking of Canada, I have been learning about Canada recently in my reading of history. I've been learning about New France as opposed to New England, and New France included Canada, which is why there are many speakers in many French speakers in Canada, specifically Quebec. And there's a sizable or significant number of French speakers in Louisiana, also part of New France, named after Louis the 14th, I believe, from the 17th century when the French were exploring down the Mississippi. That might be what I've most been reading about between now and the last stream. According to Gemini, it's fifth generational warfare. Says Godspeed. What is generational warfare? Instead of destroying, it's building parallel infrastructure to usurp the status quo. Wahahaha. Oh, what you're talking about here about creating a parallel society. Well, something like that happens in Atlas Shrugged. The great minds withdraw from society. They go on strike. Atlas Shrugged was originally called The Strike. That was the working title for a while. Is the story of the trucker who was hauling explosives that got blown up because pro-union people shot at his truck true? And his name was John Galt. I haven't heard about that. So here's what the Google AI overview says. Yes, the story of a truck driver hauling explosives who was killed when strikers shot his truck is true. It is not a story from Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, though the driver shares a name with the protagonist, but rather a real-life incident from September 30th, 1970 near Springfield, Missouri. The driver was John A. Galt. There's no initial for Galt, right? He doesn't have a middle name. At least I don't recall any middle name for the John Galt of Atlas Shrugged. Whereas Francisco has many middle names. How many can I remember now? Francisco, Sebastian, Carlos. I don't know if I'm getting these in the right order. Carlos, Sebastian. I think he might have had four names between Francisco and Danconia. And I think there's a connection with, well, Shoshana Milgram, a scholar of Ayn Rand's work and life. I remember she said that um, there's a connection between Charles Francis O'Connor, that's the full name of her husband, better known as just Frank O'Connor, but his full name, Charles Francis O'Connor, and then Carlos Francisco Danconia, right? Some similar sounding names there. So maybe there's a way in which Frank O'Connor makes an appearance in Atlas Shrugged via Francisco. I was going to say cameo appearance, but it's more than just a brief. He's a major character, so cameos are usually short, right? Okay, well, I'd never heard of this incident. The rock, is that connected to Rourke, which I mentioned before? Although we do have to put up a smoke screen for the feds, says Godspeed. All right. Well, I'm caught up on the chat. Got another like. It's up to 8 likes now. Thanks for the likes. Okay, what next? Does anyone want to call in? I would like to test out the calling function with my new setup. So in a way, it's the same as before. It's just a Zoom link or a Zoom phone number, which is pinned in the chat. But I'd like to confirm that that works properly with my new OBS setup. So the data from that call should be piped over to OBS, and then from there, it should be sent over to YouTube. And I just want to make sure that all that works. Or if you have an actual topic you want to talk about on a call, you can call in. But even if you don't, it would be good if somebody called in just so I can test this. So it's ready for whenever there is an actual call, someone wants to talk about something, it's good to go. And how's my sound been the whole time? I haven't been using my podcast mic. I've just been using my AirPod. I haven't seen many complaints. Nick said something at the beginning about the sounds. You said something was a little off, right? I forget exactly what you said. It says sound seems a little off. Does it still seem a little off, or does it sound better now? I don't know if you're still here, but that was the only comment I have seen this whole stream about the sound. That was from 3:43 p.m. Pacific. I could call him myself, but I don't think that's the best way to test it. I might get echoes or feedback loops or something. It'd be better if someone other than me called in. Oh, Steven says, I wrote to Andrew Tutt to congratulate him on his victory in Burke versus Choi, and he responded. Cool. He was the lawyer in the Burke versus Choi case, Supreme Court case, and his side won, I guess. I don't remember that case now. I'm trying to remember. Um, he was representing Burke, who filed his malpractice, medical malpractice lawsuits, and state of Delaware wanted to say he needed an affidavit of merit, but then the Supreme Court struck that down and said that conflicted with the federal rules of civil procedure. That's right. Nick says it's been the same. The sound has been the same the whole time, but I think the mic is clearer than the earbuds. Okay. I tried to get the podcast mic to work and it wasn't working. I don't know why. So, um, like I can, when I go into Zoom, it looks like it's connected. The mic is connected, but it doesn't sound any different than when it's not connected. When I'm using OBS, when I'm not using OBS, I can tell a difference. So I'm not sure why it's not working. I'm not sure how to describe it accurately, but there's a kind of hollow sound to it. Okay. I'll listen to this some more later and try to compare it with previous live streams. And hopefully I can get a better quality audio. Thanks for that feedback. Steven says I'll call in when I get home when I get home driving now. Okay. So I wonder when that will be. 5 minutes, 5 hours. Hopefully not 5 hours. I'm going to be done before then. But you don't have to tell me if you're driving. Got to be safe. Can't text and drive at the same time, I guess. Or at least it'd be hard. Unless you're at a stoplight or something. But thanks. I appreciate that. Look forward to testing that out. All right. Let's see what else. Anybody want to raise something? Now's a good time. You don't have any competition. I've gone through all the chats, so I can address yours next if you raise something. I was thinking about using this for the title of my next stream. Maybe I should copy this and put it on. I guess I could paste this in the chat. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh, long times? He says an hour? Okay. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be on for another hour. Maybe I can be on just for you. Even if I stop my regular stream, I guess I could hang around just so I can take your call and test this. But we'll see. Maybe I'll keep talking for another hour. All right, but I'm going to put in the chat here possible stream title, possible next stream title. Maybe I should take out it and just have one to debate. I thought the title says I'm pro freedom, anti Trump, anti left. Want to debate? Call in. And the part of that I thought might trigger a lot more traffic is the anti Trump part. Because I've seen a lot of content creators, both on TikTok and on YouTube, who say things like, why do you still support Trump? And then there's a number people can call. So there's a lot of people out there who are inviting pro-Trump people to debate them. And I thought maybe there's a big market of people like that to tap into. So I thought in any case, I thought it was at least worth a try. And I was going to do that for today's stream, but then I got really involved with trying to figure out OBS out. So I thought maybe I should just make sure OBS works smoothly for one stream and not do not advertise debates that strongly until I've figured everything out. So this is another reason I want to make sure that the calls work, because if I'm going to get a lot of people calling in, I want to make sure that that feature is still working smoothly. So maybe my next stream will be titled something like that. I usually retitle the stream after it ends, after I see what topics came up in it. But today's stream is, I might still include at least part of what's in there now. Testing my new OBS streaming software, because that's a significant part of what I did today. So I'll probably say something about OBS in the title after I edit it. And then we talked quite a bit about, well, Steven's super chats, so benevolence and the USPS versus Konan. So maybe I'll replace this part with that. I guess I could edit it right now and I could revise it later, but I could at least update it. Let me try something. Here's another cool thing I can do on OBS. I can just click this button and the screen disappears, at least part of the screen. So if I want to make sure that something displays the way I intended before I share it on YouTube, I can just very easily toggle this part of the display in OBS. So I'm going to take advantage of that and test something. Okay. So if I click on edit here, I can update this title right now. So I'm going to do that. And we did do some philosophy chat. So I'm going to add benevolence. I only get 100 characters for the title. We also talked about USPS versus Konan. What else did we talk about? I'm looking through the chat for potential topics. Oh, we talked about intellectual property, patents and copyrights, some smaller topics in here. What to do with money you find on the ground. That was probably too small of a topic to make it into the title. We didn't spend a lot of time on that. Okay, I think those are the main topics so far. So I'm going to add, let's see, intellectual property. Maybe that's a good, and that only leaves 10 more characters. And the order here, I could list them in a different order. Whatever, it might be better to put first whatever is going to be the most interesting, whatever, because people might not read the entire title. And I think the entire title does not always display depending on where you're looking at it. So what would be the best order to put these in? Benevolence and justice. I could include justice here because that was a related concept that came up. Is benevolence a sub-virtue of justice? Sometimes I like to leave room at the end to say etc. to indicate there are other topics not mentioned in the title. But I went over the character limit if I did that, so I would have to cut something else. I could cut justice, or I could just cut etc. And yeah, I guess I'll do that. I might change my mind about that later. And then down here in the description, I can include timestamps and like even if the order of the things in the title isn't the same as the order in which they were actually covered, I could put them in the correct order here in the description along with timestamps. But for the sake of getting clicks and attracting interest, it might behoove me to put the topics in a different order in the title. But I think I'm actually okay with this order for right now, at least. Um, I might change it later. Now, lately, I haven't had much time to re-listen to the stream afterwards and create a description with timestamps. If you all or anyone out there wants to help with that, that would definitely be welcome. You can just write your own description, list of topics with timestamps, maybe leave it in a comment below the video, and then people could use that. And maybe I could also paste it in here in the description box, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that. So at least the title gives people some idea of the content of the stream. And sometimes you can use the YouTube Ask feature. It's an AI feature which allows you can ask YouTube to summarize the video for you. And I've used that, and they give timestamps as well, and that's been quite good. I wonder if that is available for this video, my debate with. Oh yeah, see, it's got Ask here. So this was short. This debate was about 40 minutes, so it was easy for me to re-listen to that and create this list of topics with timestamps. But if I'm doing it like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour stream, I'm not always going to have time to re-listen to that. At least not the whole thing. Sometimes I will listen to part of it, maybe like the first hour or two, and I'll create a description for that. Um, but if I can't do it at all or only do part of it, you can click on Ask here. I don't know if that's always available, but for some videos at least, you can click on that and then tell it to summarize the video. And there it is, the YouTube summary. And I've looked at a few of these for my previous videos, and I thought they were very good. Now, I don't know how much this description, the AI generated description here, is based on the fact that I wrote a description. Maybe that helped it out, helped train it a lot to produce a very good description for this video. And maybe this description would not be nearly as good if I hadn't done my own manual description. So I'll be interested to see, like if I don't do a description for this live stream, I'll be interested to see what YouTube comes up with on its own. All right, but I'm just gonna save that now. And then if I reopen it, we should be able to see the new title. There it is. Usually I update it after the stream, not during it, but I had some time now to do that. So um, now see if I type in this chat, tests, I wonder if that's going to appear in the popped out chat. I don't think it will, so I might have to pop out this chat again to get the latest chats. Actually, here, let me submit that chat and then see if it shows up in the popped out chat window that I already had open. Yeah, it does. Okay, I guess I don't have to pop it out again. That's good. Now I'm wondering, why does this OBS window appear so high? All right, I think that's better. It's actually, it looks like I can move it a little lower without it being cut off. I need to take maximum advantage of the real estate on screen. Oh, my pinned chat now shows up. I think that's the first time. Okay, that's better. Yeah, before it was too high on the screen. And if I move myself, oh no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I don't know where the best place to position myself is. Maybe it's better to cover up the earlier rather than the later chats. And I could make it a little smaller. I think that's pretty good. And fortunately, these settings get saved for future shows, so I don't think I need to completely reset all this up. It's just saved. All right, Steve said an hour, and that was at 7:40. It's now 8 o'clock. So that means he's not going to call in for another 40 minutes ish. All right, so What else are we going to do for the next 40 minutes until Steve calls in? Steven, who wants to raise a topic? I'm looking at my list of topics, my backup topics, see if there's anything available. I guess I could always do live replies on social media, like on X or Facebook. I've done that sometimes before. Maybe I'll do that. But I'll give priority to people who are here live. So if you want to raise a topic, I encourage you to do that. You can also just say hi. I always like to see who's here. But some people like to be anonymous. That's all right. All right, I'm going to look for something on social media to reply to. Actually, let me look through my YouTube history, see if there's any videos I want to comment on. Oh, I watched most of a discussion between Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee about Israel. And I saw that Yaron Brook had commented on that on his show. I haven't heard his discussion yet. I want to finish listening to the discussion first myself. Somebody retweeted my X announcement about this stream. Trying to find out who that was. Hmm. Someone I don't recognize. It doesn't show you on your end who retweets something, but unless you're the creator, but like if you post something yourself, you can see who reposted it. Oh, there's a new piece out about Ayn Rand's immigration story. That looks interesting. From the Ayn Rand Institute. I just saw here a post from Ben Bayer, who's a fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. He linked this story about Ayn Rand's immigration story. I'll bring the screen back after I find a post that I want to share. Okay, well, I guess I can reply to this one. Tim Pool. He says, I'm sick of Democrats arguing for slaves. Just effing pay living wages and people will take the jobs. He's quote tweeting somebody who says, Governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, says his state's economy would implode overnight if illegal immigrants were deported. And Tim Pool says, I'm sick of Democrats arguing for slaves. So people who come here to work are slaves, according to Tim Pool. People who voluntarily come here, this person says slavery isn't when you escape a tyranny for better opportunities. Yeah. And but another part of this I thought about commenting on is living wages. The whole idea of a living wage, I don't think is a valid concept. What is a living wage? $2 an hour, $10 an hour, $80 an hour? What does it mean to live? Some people live on $2 a day. Some people live on $1,000 a day. It's I'm concerned it's a meaningless, arbitrary, subjective concept. So I'll comment on that aspect of it. Okay, I just wrote, what is a living wage? A subjective, arbitrary, meaningless term? For anyone who's not watching and is just listening, I wanted to read that out. Now I could turn off that screen until I find another one to reply to, or I could just keep scrolling it with it on there. I'm not sure what's best. I can also reply to other commenters on this thread. Let's see what this. So 8 people started threads replying to this guy. Let's look into this one. So his solution is to allow illegal immigration, as if that's a bad thing. Maybe the bad thing is the laws that make them illegal rather than the people who are made illegal by the laws. Okay, I'll reply to this guy, Frank. The immigration laws make it too hard or impossible for many people to immigrate legally. I think the problem is more with the laws than with the immigrants. The laws need to be radically changed. For example, no quotas on immigration. Okay, that is posted. Stephen put in a new chat. He says, no, in America, isn't there a minimum you need not to be homeless? Well, what if you are a rich heir and what if you live with your parents and they pay for your whole life? In that case, you don't need any money to not be homeless. But also, what kind of home are we talking about? Let's say you don't have rich parents who pay for your life. Are you going to live in a mansion? Are you going to live in a three-bedroom apartment, studio apartment? Are you going to rent a room out of a house? Are you going to share a room with somebody? Are you going to live in a tent? There's a lot of different levels of not being homeless. So, what is the minimum you need? Can you stay with friends? Can you couch surf? Maybe in exchange for doing some work. Like sometimes people say, "Hey, if you cook and clean for me, you can live in my house." And maybe it's just a kind of barter. There's no money exchange, so there's no minimum. You need to not be homeless in that case. You just have to be willing to do some work. So I don't think there's objective meaning to this idea of a living wage, how much you need to live. I'm back on X. Well, maybe this is a good time for a break. It's about 20 minutes until Stephen will be available to call in. So I'm going to take a break now, maybe for at least 10 minutes. So I'm going to put up the break scene. And I have to type something in the YouTube chat since it says see YouTube chat for return time. Oh, can you? I don't know if you can still hear me. I don't know if you can hear me when that break screen is open, is on screen. I'm testing that right now. Oh, let's. Yeah, you can hear me, Drew. I'm not sure why though, because it didn't look like I have. Okay. Well, it didn't look like I had audio enabled when I'm on the break screen, so I don't know why you can hear me, but good to know that you can. So, as I was saying, I'm going to type in the YouTube chat what my return time is going to be. Oh, Steven says he's going to call in now. Okay, then I'm not going to take a break right now. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, I got my eye out for Steven's call in. This will probably be the last thing we do. I think I'm going to end the stream after I test this call. And then my next stream will probably be on Tuesday, 5 days from now. That's my typical interval. That's March. That's March 3rd. First stream of March. That's coming up on my 1 year anniversary of live streaming. My very first live stream was March 6th. I don't see a call from. Oh, I just saw it in the chat. He says, "Take your break, then I'll call in." No, let's just do it now. I mean, if you can. I was gonna take a break because I thought you weren't gonna call in until 8:40 ish. But if you can call in now, let's just do it now. It can be a very short call, um, just like 1 minute. I just want to make sure that everything is working technologically. I remember last time you tried to call in, there was some difficulty, maybe because of the rain. I don't know if you had bad reception, but you did get through once because we had a call, one show. Hopefully it works the first time this time. And I don't think you tried the phone number. You did the Zoom link instead. But if the Zoom link doesn't work, then you can try the phone number. The State of the Union, I just saw X post related to that. I didn't watch that. Did you all watch that? Anybody? I heard a little about it. I might watch it later.